I got 2 spicy chicken sandwiches. Look at how big this fucking tomato is. Did I get the... No? Okay. I'm like, it's just... I don't even know. I don't know what I was thinking. A mutant fucking tomato. With a whole lot of cum. Look at that. Oh, jeez, this is gonna slip right the fuck out. Look at that. Dude, it's the mayo. The cum explosion mayo. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna eat this. Hey, perfect. I missed multiple bites. Hey, on. Look how big this fucking tomato is. Hey, got another one. Oh, so yeah, that Orion J segment was really good. I wasn't ready for it. I was sitting there fuming. I'm like, I'm just running around with a bunch of bunnies just doing some nonsense, and then fucking out of nowhere, and I actually looked away. To check to see if the stream was still up, because I was so anxious that the stream was going to drop, and then the hug happened, and I'm like, whoa. Oh yeah, that was good. The hug technology. I wish they did emotes like Team Fortress 2. Not that I think it's really possible in any sense. Where you do an emote and then like your character's on standby and then somebody else does the emote next to you and then you both get put in an animation. And it's just synced up. Embrace emote. We go tree hugging. Never let go. Eh. It's just like this cum explosion of a mayo splash just makes the tomato so slippery and like ready to flip out. I don't really care that much for a tomato, but you know, I don't eat fruits and vegetables, so I'm gonna take what I get. I don't mind it. Okay. Gamble. I mean, that's how I feel about lettuce. Sometimes lettuce is just withered and disgusting. I don't know. I guess you could say the same for the tomato, but it's usually the lettuce I notice right away. I'm like, why the fuck did they run out of lettuce and then go outside into the nearest shrubs. Oh, there we go. Whatever. Where'd that go? Oh, there it is. Slipped right the fuck out. That's what I'm talking about. Oh. Good lettuce, good tomato. Damn. But they're gonna slip right the fuck out in the end. I didn't get straws, like personal straws, because these are so thin. The straws you had were perfect. Yeah. I just hate how awkwardly shaped the fucking chicken is. I guess there's not a lot I can do about that, huh? Like, this is gonna be nothing but chicken, dude. Which I guess there's nothing wrong with, just a glorified chicken nugget at this point. I'm trying to stack it so that the tomato doesn't slip out. At least not this early in the game. I really want to try Reaper. I gotta finish the story. Gotta finish the story. Yeah, honestly, the 25-minute naps aren't that bad. Roll out of bed, hit a key, get back to sleep. It's a decent chunk of time to shut your eyes. Nice, I get cash from 3 seconds in, half the group's gone. Nice, free retry. Cash from kid. Ooh, make a wish. Wish. I wish I was anywhere but Castro. You know, when I was working Publix, the first time, when it was still early for me, the first store, there was a cashier. She was pretty old, 60, I think, 50, 60. She's just very annoying. Well, like, she was nice. But it's like, she was pre-recorded. Basically an answering machine, just propped up as a cashier. She had a response for anything. Somebody had a kid with them. She's like, "Hey, cutie, how old are you?" You know, whatever kid says. 6, 7, who gives a shit? Looks at mom, don't blink. Every time, never fails. She had a few of that shit, I swear to God. She took one from me, where a customer got like... They got some stuff and it was like $10 on the dot. And I was like, oh, make a wish. Doesn't happen often. Make a wish. She started using that. Every single time it'd be an even number, she's like, ooh, make a wish. I'm like, yeah. I used that exactly once, lady. I used it like dozens of times. I don't remember. She had a few of them. I don't remember them. I do remember a day where I heard her say something new. And it was so creative. And I was like, whoa. She carries pins with her, and a customer asked for a pin, and she's like, oh, I got one for you. He's like, you know, I collect pins. You know, if I don't have a pin with me, it means I was abducted and somebody swapped me with somebody else. And I was like, oh, that's funny, that's new. And I'd been working there for like a year. So I told my brother, I'm like, hey, so Rhonda said something new. Like, a customer asked for a pin, my brother looks at me, he said, abducted her, swapped her with someone else. And I'm like, it's another pre-recording. I'd somehow dodged that fucking... God, dude. It's such a boring lifestyle. The most boring person in the store. Shit. Stole it from my brother? Oh, that'd be funny. But no. But no, we did have a cashier, she was somebody's mother. But she was, like, blind. Like, almost actually blind. She would wear glasses, but she couldn't see shit. It was so annoying bagging for her, because, like, if she had to read any barcodes, it doesn't matter how big or small they were. There's like, can you read this, baby? And I was like, sure. Yeah, one day she stole from the register. She would take bills and like stuff it in her drawer, and she'd take the money later. You know, no tact. There's no plan. And it's like, ooh, money. So she was promptly fired. It's funny because I talked to one of my friends. I was heavy sigh. I looked at all the burger I have left. And just reminiscing on fucking retail. It was a combo hit. Oh, I did it again. Whatever happens, I'm not going back retail. Fuck that. She was promptly fired. Word of mouth got to me. You know, it's funny. One of my friends, my gossip friends, you know, I love him so much. He messaged me earlier. God, he's in England doing studies. I wish I could, you know, have a cup of tea with him again. It's gonna be real nice not being retail. I can't wait. I can't wait to hear about it. It's gonna be movie night. You're gonna have that laptop with you. A 4-foot compute. But my friend, he talked to the daughter. And before he knew what happened to the mother, he's like, hey, so, where'd your mother go? You know, I don't see her that often. And daughter was like, oh, you know, she found something else. This job wasn't really for her. He later found out, he's like, okay. And she still walked in the store. You know, like, she'd walk in and get a few things, say hi to her daughter. And we'd just be like... Hey, you. Did you like Walmart in 2009? Oh, man. I don't know how bad Walmart is, but I can only imagine. Like, they say Publix is a great place to work, and I guess by, like, grocery store standards it may be. It's still a fucking grocery store. It's a shithole. Man. Yeah. I'm not picking retail again. That's agony. It's actually just... heavy emotional pain. Just in general, just existing in a grocery store working, man. Not going back. Every opportunity to get off the register. Yo, I eventually got cross-trained on a register. I'm like, hey, so, and, like, I didn't even want to. Like, it only happened because, like, the store got snowed in, and I happened to live nearby. And there's like, Alan, we're going to need you to run a register. I'm like, I don't know how to run it. It's like, all right, look, we're going to give you a register. It doesn't take cash. You just run the cards. That's it. I would tell every customer, and you know some motherfuckers would ask for cash back. And that till would pop open. I was like, you motherfucker. Card returns loading. Anything. Not a register. But yeah, after that, you know, I was technically cross-trained. And so I'm like, hey, so don't put me on a register. Only emergencies. Turns out it's emergency every time. Alan, get on a register. Yeah, no respect. Especially in the recent time I worked. Like, I straight up said, I'm like, hey, I don't want to run register, you know? I ended up tanking my hours working 3 days a week, 4 days a week. Ooh. That's probably a lot nicer than stocking and cash register. God. But no, the last time I tried working at a grocery store, or Publix, because I left for a year, came back, worked at a different store. I was on register. It's fine if I have a nice crew. The crew at the store wasn't really nice. I can count with one hand how many people I liked. And like, there was this... We'd have these special needs kids come in, which is fine. And they would normally bag on Express for like an hour or two, and they'd go home. This one kid decided, I don't want to bag for Express anymore. And like, try as we might, I'm like, hey man, Express over there, you know, she could use your help. And he's like, I don't wanna. It's like, okay. So yeah, and like, he didn't know how to bag at all. Oh boy, it was a headache trying to get things to customers unbroken with this dude. I got hit with him 4 times in a row, 4 days, and I told management about him, like, hey, so, you know, the special needs kids, he's jumping on a normal register, you know, he's really slowing down the lines, because the cashier has to stop what they're fucking doing, and, like, try to not break the customer's shit. And, yeah, like, bleached goods would give it with poultry. Like, there was no quality assurance with that kid. And so after the 4th day, I'm like, fuck it. Because on top of me asking them not to put me on register, I get put on register with this dude bagging. And so I just slashed my hours completely 1 day a week. I'm like, I don't give a fuck anymore. 1 day a week, 5 hours. Oh, membership. I fucking hate asking people to donate and shit. I just don't. Holy shit. Cut keys, mix paint, hunting, fishing license, fabric. You name it, I got it. Fish out aquariums. You're just the go-to guy. I mean, that was me. I knew how to do everything pretty much. It was because I was nosy as fuck, though. Like, hey man, what are you doing? Can I try? Let me do that. I would always wander into different departments, be like, hey, so what are you doing? But out of everything, my least favorite thing I did, and that tops even cash register, is fucking seafood. Nothing to do with fish, nothing with, like, you know, the seafood in general. Just fucking retail on top of food service. That's agony. I think that's the only time, one of the only times at least, that I can think of in recent memory that I've had panic attacks. And I didn't even know what it was. I'm like, oh, I talked about it on stream. I think I was streaming at a time. I'm pretty sure I was. I don't remember. And I'm like, yeah, there was a moment where I couldn't breathe and like my heart was beating really heavy. I had to sit down. I was like, oh, that was a panic attack. Like, oh, no kidding. And then like I would sit in the cooler just to kind of like sit down and weep. It was a bad time. Our agent looks so good, just wandering around. I liked, I did have a gig, when I wasn't cashiering. And when I cared. There's a certain point where you stop caring. And that's normally when management fusses at you for no fucking reason. Like, alright, well, I'm not working as hard. Get fucked. When I was a custodian, I would wander around for hours at a time just doing whatever the fuck. Whatever I deemed necessary to fix or clean. I loved it. No, a manager fussed at me because I was going through the toolbox looking for a file to file a zip tie because I was trying to put a do not enter sign on the bathroom cart. I filed down the zip tie so it doesn't shred up the bags. Yeah, I was looking through like a toolbox in the computer room where the managers are hanging out, and I guess they were talking about shit. And the store manager, I was like, hey, so, Alan, what are you looking for? And she was clearly irritated that I was looking for stuff in the toolbox. I was like, oh, I'm looking for the file. I need to file on zip ties. And she's like, wow, you are so unproductive. Like, really sarcastically. I'm just like, what the fuck? Why would you ever say that to someone? And so I stopped. That's when I started spending several hours a day sleeping. During my cleaning time. I would find a nice spot to nap, and I would take a good old nap. Chuck Norris. Oh. Cat. I know you didn't deadass walk in here, start meowing, and the door's wide fucking open. Well, not wide open, but fucking open. Almost done. What you stole from him? Not really. He didn't go anywhere. He just hung around the yard. He didn't go anywhere. Also, he needs to be glad that this door's open at all. Cat, you need to be more appreciative. I think I can finish the game tonight, but I don't know. We still got a whole nother zone. I mean, going through a zone isn't that bad. Got through that Elvis story in one swoop. I'm gonna rinse my hands off. Ah! Someone's name pulls everything. So my plans are, hopefully today, finish MSQ, play Reaper, and then whenever stream ends, I'll spend the rest of the week just compiling the MSQ stuff and putting up in highlights. As much as I'd like to press the Paulden for more revealing tidbits, we should be getting back to our task. 'Tis strange to hear father spoken in such a way, but I suppose he would find your view of me no less odd. I suppose he would find your view of me no less odd. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of aether being funneled into his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected aether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Shirley and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. I'm still beside myself that they okayed making the here facial hair on a fucking face. No, I figured they'd spend a little extra time to not do that. But now it's like they're obligated to keep it. Because now if they change it, people fantasia it for no reason. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and justify our aether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-respected aether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask you to put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you a little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would. No, I know. Fucking open all the facial hair. Add more. Fuck the hair. Get more facial hair. To the females too. I don't care. Let them cut them a slice too. I could do single target. Oh yeah, because I'm supposed to. Give me more. Fuck. It's always 3. Balmy, that's cursed. Balmy Cotes. Did everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water aether appears to be venting properly. I expect Kakal to have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. I forgot I did that. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alleg, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allegan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Good morning, Shooting Star. Of those who would push further, expand Alleg's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I mean, I'm sure he did. I know he did. Because of what he said at the end. I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. Oh. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea of such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls like minds have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined. I love this song. We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alec that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zande. Elpis housing. Kappa. Elpis housing being demolished 2025. What? Experienced the calamity. Whoa. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zande's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zande been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Hey cat, I see you. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. Wow. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Huh. Such is my theory, anyway. That's a fucking solid theory. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musings for now. Why don't we see how Kokol's getting on? Completely wiped out, yeah. Alright, grab your tickets. Oh. What are they talking about? Eh. I did thoroughly brief Gokul on refined Adamantite's history. I only volunteered to go to the reactor because I was finished and there was little else to do. Hopefully that dispels any misapprehensions that I was kicked out for prattling on. Whew, I can feel this flame blaze from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined Adamantite any faster. Does that mean? Does that mean? It does mean Aether Current. Do I trust you to deliver on your promise? I do. Only. I hate waiting. I want the Adamantite. I want it now! We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone, I got mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong. Unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I'll join you in Charlade Hamlet anon. Any smoke rising from the building behind me will be entirely unrelated to what I didn't say. Got it? Are we able to do Zadnor as sub 80? Or do we only have access to the southern Boston front? If you wait here, your commanders are bound to turn up sooner or later. Alright. Love this song too.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperates, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
I wonder if we could do Dolariata.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Commotion.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Huh. Wow.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Oh, look at that. A quick cameo.
Bleeding hellfire. They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalaman shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party. Hancock and Saraban. We come bearing relics both sacred and Allagan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance. Our friends in Bosnia, for instance, have sent along a few artifacts for the brave allies of the Resistance. That's you.
Was the J always silent? Bosnia? Or is he being a fucking...
And we brought a number of items from Eureka as well, courtesy of one Ejika Sunjika. He says a little advance warning would have been appreciated, by the by.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause.
Neat.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoru, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
Everybody's here.
Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
Nice.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Question mark, question mark, question mark.
when it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions.
Wait.
We even had coffers to fill.
Yeah.
Mother!
Millions.
Aw.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, then? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways? Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlotte. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
There's Sid. Oh, Alpha.
What's this about a ship that can
Yeah.
fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
Is he so different? I mean, he doesn't give very many dialogue.
Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius.
I think last time he had dialogue was ARR. Could have been Stormblood.
We
Gaius.
still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise. So we offer none of the latter.
Okay.
What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard.
God damn.
I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryle's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
We could build like 5
I
ships.
know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Khan not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse.
Yeah.
As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
Wow.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular.
Wow.
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
I can't
If
teleport.
we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
With me.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
I had no idea how massive a weight it was until he lifted it off my shoulders, but more importantly, his words were affirmation that the path we walk is the right one. A part of me might have been satisfied so long as my family and friends survived the final days, but to save the star is what we all want most. And if those same people believe that I can help see it done, who am I to say otherwise? Come with me. We'll fight for this world of ours until the very end. I apologize for not informing you earlier of Aaronville's involvement. He was something of a contingency plan. Thank goodness we had him and his fellow gleaners in hand, though. It would have been monstrously difficult to locate Sid and transport the Hanish delegation to here otherwise. My throat hurts from directing so many people to Labyrinthos, but that only proves we got our money's worth. I cannot wait to see what our friends from the Ironworks do to the ship. If I never see another crate again, it would be too soon. The time has come to claim a prize. Are you prepared? Unaided, we Scions would never have gathered such a bounty. Refined adamantite. Relics sacred and ancient alike. I found myself quite overcome. Lise sent a letter along with Gridania's contribution. It seems she traveled there to aid in their adamantite recovery. Evidently, journeying to Gridania was quite the trial, as was getting into Dalmid Shard, as was reaching its depths. I suspect she'll have a few kind words to say about Elegance when next we meet. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hydaelyn may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see any remaining tasks that need to be doing. The forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Apora then. Aporia. Onward. I don't want any of you getting hurt, but I do hope you wring out as much information out of Hydaelyn as you can. For all we know, this is the one and only opportunity we'll get. Oh, fucking... Angered. I've already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clara Lane. She has the key to the lift and could send you down after me. You're with Master Fortuno, yes? Just step inside the lift here. Yep. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, a Thaumazian. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Do I have flying yet? I don't remember. Not that I can fly out here. Yeah, no. There's no fly zone. I was thinking Normandy. I couldn't remember if Normandy was the Mass Effect one. I was trying to remember the KOTOR one. I don't remember what it was called though. I bid you welcome to Thomazine. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the arc over which we have long labored. As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The Aether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Hold on. Evanhawk? Ah, that's what it's called. Yeah. Fuck, that takes me back. You feel it too, don't you? The ship is impressive, but it fails in comparison to the vast primordial power beneath our feet. 'Twould seem enchantments most advanced have been woven into the ship's very bones. Wolfson and Bloida were doubtless called upon for their expertise in teleportation magics. It was the Allegans who first combined the mechanical and ethereal sciences into a revolutionary discipline. Given that this ship is nothing short of a technological marvel, in that precise vein, Allegan's salvage should suit it well. Oh wow, it's sleek. I doubt this is what Aaronville meant when he said there remains much we do not know. But I still can't believe everything that was hidden underneath the city this entire time. If meeting Hydaelyn proves difficult even for the Forum, then perhaps I... Oh, 'tis an unformed idea at this phase, I'm afraid. I will duly inform you if anything comes of it. We must learn of Hydaelyn's greater plan. We can only hope that she also knows the current location of Meteion. And we can do neither if we do not focus on whatever trial awaits us within. I can well imagine the zeal with which they're working on the Aether burner, and all I can say is that I'm glad we have something to do other than get in the way. Once it's ready, we'll see to it that the ship is put to good use. To think how many generations labored for this end, and that we aim higher still. We must spare no preparation. That means speaking with Hydaelyn, no matter the cost. Yep. I I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Yes. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Ah. Revens. That was the second one, right? Wasn't there a third one? I don't remember. Collectibles are OP as fuck. What do you mean? I doubt there's anything worth working over. Not for Heideland's champion at any rate. Star Wars is the old public. Oh. They must employ a full cohort of engineers just to maintain the lifts. Damn. Am I the one feeling terribly nervous? Surely not. As means of communing with the heart of the star, 'tis disappointingly mechanical in design. I don't know. The Aether here is more brilliant than I've ever seen. This doesn't strike me as particularly dangerous, unless one is afraid of lifts. With the ship in the way, I didn't even notice this was here. I should hope that Master Fortuno has more to share ere sending anyone stumbling into the ethereal sea. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thaumasine. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heideland's ever fainter echoes. The Aetiascope. And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Aetiascope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you'll find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. No, yeah, I gotta finish this MSQ before I even consider leveling something else. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Aetiascope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we could watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of aether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with one such pocket, we will recall you with a teleportation magic. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the encompasses of your souls remain here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Alright, Stola, what are we gonna do? Please allow me. Hell yeah. I have thought upon this much, and, in truth, I do not believe I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstrip my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner the Fortunal has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I trust more. Compared to all that effort you put in keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into aether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured, I'll be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one soul, or so we believe. Yet, what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, and they may lift you up once more. Well, maybe Pampalima wasn't on the moon, but it's probably down there. Oh, this is duty. Oh. That makes sense. No competition on loot. Nah, I only did the trust with the Elbis. I don't even think it was worth it. If Hydaelyn be unwilling or unable to divulge Meteon's location, I shall see our comrades delivered to the moon, one and all. I pray, however, that this eventuality doth not come to pass. While even a sliver of hope remaineth, we must needs fight on. I cannot help but think of those who were transformed into beasts, their aether dissolved into nothingness, their souls forever lost. Yet I dare say Fandaniel still wonders the ethereal sea, as do ancients who gave rise to Zodiark, setting in motion so many cataclysmic events. If there is a justice or morality at work that governs our fates, I do not know it, nor do I think any man ever will. I've seen more than enough death in my time. Friends, enemies, far too many to count. Once, revenge was all I lived for. All that hate, all that anger. What good did it do? None, that's what. The way I see it, there's no point living for the past. It's the present that needs protecting. No, yeah. If some part of them remains in the ethereal sea, do you think... Forgive me, that's not why we're here. And no matter what happens, she'll always be with us. With Rain, most of all. And she tells us to live in the here now, to do what must be done. And we will. Yeah, definitely underwhelmed. Yeah, it's just main dialogue, but nothing like... It's not like the, that Ilmeg dungeon, doing it with, a whole bunch of different trust partners. Seeing how they react to stuff. I think that's the most, nuanced it's been. Or most worth it, I guess. Oh, they skipped the chasm. Maybe our enemies are down there, but if we've beaten them once, we could beat them again. I'm more concerned about meeting with Hydaelyn. We may find our truth, but what if? No, I would rather not think on it. Let us move on. I already talked to Alphina. We have always tried to do the right thing, but we have not always been kind, nor merciful. I should not be surprised if some few harbored resentment for us as they passed on. We must face these truths and meet them as they come. I now understand why these facilities are so heavily guarded. If it fell into the wrong hands, the wisdom of Hydaelyn could be dangerous, 'tis true. However, that danger is not compared to what would be the result should the common folk en masse venture into the ethereal sea unprepared, which they most certainly would, if they thought it would allow them to speak to the dead. Once that secret got out, no rational argument could dissuade people from wanting to see their loved ones, no matter how ephemeral the meeting. Yeah, I bet you're fucking looking forward to going in there, huh? Third time's a charm? Once you are below, you should proceed through the Etioscope to the central observatory. That's where the objective lens is located. We can manipulate it to direct an ethereal current deeper into the sea. Though I shall assist you in every possible way, this is your journey to make. When you're ready, I bid you step forth. Yep. Alright, take us in. Is that new Shadowless? Yeah. Oh, they farmed that. I'll get this for... Oh, that's for Reaper. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna get that. From Dragoon and Reaper. Because the one from the Champion's Gauntlet doesn't look great. It's like white and purple and gold. I don't know. I didn't like it. What pants are they using? Eden? Cotton? I guess that works. I'll just figure out what I'm gonna do about pants. The tank and the Dragoon got the same model, but for whatever reason, they've got the same color here. God damn it, please. Yeah, I think this is almost the same exact color as the tank. I think there's a little bit more purple. I don't know. Booty Duty. That's somebody that I've seen pretty much the entire fucking journey. From like level 80. All the way out here. You want to see something cool? Oh. $1,100 took an hour? Shit. Keeps moving slowly then. No, yeah, I logged in early, and then I just took 25-minute naps at a time. I think I took 3 25-minute naps, and then I was ready. And then I got a Wendy's. Which honestly isn't as bad as it sounds. 25 minutes is a solid amount of time. I have a few ideas of who we're going to meet. I'm almost convinced we're going to see Papalimo. Because, like, man, he just kind of left.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
You shock strips at all? Man. It's not so much I want him to show up, but more so it's like, damn, he just kind of left. He took the Garrosh way out, just kind of wrote him out of the story. Like, alright, later people. Bye! Hell yeah. Oh, Reapers have same color as a samurai. Oh god damn it! I could have double pulled. Elber. Hell yeah, already. That's our boy. I think. Oh yeah, for sure. He doesn't actually show up, it's just the staff. Alright, well there we go. Papa Limo, he's in the game. Olivia the Undeterred. I'm sorry, who are you? Olivia. Yeah, sorry, I don't. What? Did I get hit by that? I don't think I did. I'm overreacting. Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, I'm getting fucked up.
the flow of ether. It will guide you. The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Oh. Okay. Sask Juris. Going in. Archon's memory. Alright, who this? Who? Man, I suck. Oh, shit. Cape. Oh! Oh, okay, I see. It's Cape Westwind. Yeah, we didn't get that very much after like the first few months. I don't know. Over here? Okay. I understand. Oh, I forgot you're not supposed to redot. You know, I wonder if this is actually part Cape Westwind mechanics. At least in part. Definitely not the laser thing. Jesus. But like the mortars. Alright. I got it this time. Sorry for wiggling. Lord Van Balesar, again, I fail you. Damn, that sucks. I wonder if we're gonna see... No, probably not. No. I don't think we're gonna see the dragons. Because they don't belong here. They're from other stars. Prince Ladangi. We have our own Angie. Hell yeah. Hey! Minfilia's here. Alright, I think that's it. Oh, sorry. Some extra shit. Alright, who's this gonna be?
So bold, so headstrong, stubborn to the last.
Who hates us the most?
But this is as far as you go.
Oh, of course. I don't know why. They literally said, Amon. Fan Danny boy.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far.
Yeah, I'd like to be in my spot.
You will persist in this folly no longer.
Oh. Oh, that's very fucking lenient. Oh, his right, come on.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction!
Oh, my heart.
My, what a boorish audience you are!
They're watching out for us. Oh, God damn it. I keep overriding the fucking dot.
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Oh. I don't know how to go with that. It just flew straight up. BRB. I sense yet a presence. Something can't be washed away. It's becoming tiresome. I've struggled, but its worth is no lie. Such was the strength of his faith in us. He's not gone. He's hale. Such was the strength of her faith in us. All right, let's have a little chit chat. We saw him in Philly earlier. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. No, we're good.
Yeah. My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
All me.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Do you recall your days as Hermes, sir?
How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis.
He remembers
with
now.
Silk. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes.
I'll have to revisit that.
Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next.
Damn.
I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
Oh.
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall, and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Next time, we find the answer together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Goddamn. Savage.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
And there she is. Oh, she looks different. Oh, like a primal, of course. That makes sense. You look different.
I see. Thou didst journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once.
Damn.
After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength, and purpose, and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power. The strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy.
Are we gonna throw hands?
Hark!
Oh.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Yeah, before that elevator operator interrupted us. Damn. We're throwing hands. I think he's a trust with us? Damn. Pain and despair, aye, world friends. I've lost count the times I've cursed my own powerlessness. Amidst the blessed moments in between that I choose to hold in my heart, memories and possibilities. I fight, keep those things alive. And feeling Reen, to say nothing of your lot, I know, would never settle for less. From the ruins of a sundered paradise did she rise, to grant the star new life. As its will, long has she labored to guide her children. Make no mistake, this trial puts proof to Hydaelyn's own faith. Emmett Silk called us incomplete, pitiful creatures, he said. And maybe we are. Pain, grief, fear, they walk with us wherever we go. But we proved to him that we deserve to live, and we'll prove it to Hydaelyn, Metion, and the universe itself. We must. Shall we bring our singular talents to bear as one? Even gods may fall. Nevertheless, I prithee throw myself not into peril, lest our curative resources be spent. If strength is the courage to confront your failings and accept that you are worthy of another chance, to rise from the ashes while the fire still burns, bloodied but unbowed, then my friends have made me strong. What, surprised to hear me and love mentioned in the same breath? I've not a heart of stone. Even my darkest hour there were people I cared for. Mentors, comrades, that mad woman who gave her life for us. Then you and Alphino threw my eyes off a bridge, and I've never known peace since. Never in the past, present, or future have I found only happiness. To live is to be ever beset by hardships great and small. Yet in its adversity, we find the strength to strive for the next moment of peace, and the next, no matter what trials we face. By this strength have the will of gods been defied, and the fortunes of man been forever changed. May it be so again this day. Alright, take us in. Alright, let's see if I fuck this up. Taking trials is not in my comfort zone.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth. Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue.
On mantle.
Where near or far.
What the fuck is that?
And now this. Light unyielding. By blade. Where near or far. By blade. Crystals of light, to me.
Ooh.
Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness.
Wow. Here, the Song of Creation's End. I didn't catch the first one. Just making that horrible sound.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. But this test is far from over. By Crystal's light. Where near or far. Where high or low.
Damn. Oh god. Help! Trick the tank.
Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
Out and in.
By blade.
Or Cardinals. Yeah. Man, people are just getting clapped.
Succumb not to fear.
Also, I should have dotted. Rip. Oh, that's slow moving. Shit.
Where near or far.
Light unyielding. By blade!
God damn it. I'm not paying attention. Well. I think it's just outside by new cardinals as well. Doesn't hurt.
We're near or far.
And we're gonna get through this. Cardinals. Damn. I didn't have cover.
Light unyielding. Where near or far.
God damn it. Oh shit, what am I doing? I could have been a little more responsible in that regard. I guess I'll take boss now. He's got a... Doing it! We're doing it! Yeah, we haven't got red in a while.
Where near or far.
I just overlapped my dot again.
At last, man has the strength to.
Give it a tank, bro. For taking the boss when I ate three vulnerability stacks. There we go. Nice. Some real snark there.
No, this can't be happening.
Yeah, I figured she wanted us to kill her. Now there's no promise. That was your aim.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled. to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal. Our final hope.
Shit, it was all right here.
Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the Crystal of Azum, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. the laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, Vina.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Shit. I was expecting something way darker. That was sweet. "'Tis fortunate that Fortuno hath kept living way appraised of our progress. We require the Laporte's aid more than ever. By the way, remember how I accidentally killed Zodiark? Surprise! Oopsie doodle. I got buttery little fingers. Bit small for a welcoming party, but I've never been one for crowds. If Dynamis is ruled by emotion, perhaps prayer has more tangible results than I suspected, albeit ones that are not always obvious to us. In which case, we may hope that Hydaelyn's wishes continue to move the hearts of men, as they set forth time and time again. Far be it from me to refute Hydaelyn's own words, yet even if her actions were neither kind nor just, we can yet give them a nobler meaning. We can make her faith the salvation of mankind. She and Hydaelyn were two of a kind, weren't they? Full of love for the star and its people, always holding to hope for our future. She has given us all she can. We must share what we know with Father and the Laportes at once, that it not go to waste. I will keep Hydaelyn's words in my heart, as talisman and lodestone both. Thank goodness, I never would forgive myself had any of you come to harm. Anger, did you meet Hydaelyn? Pray tell, how is she? So we are 89. So 89. Well, got some news. I'm glad to see well that we could roughly place your souls, deep as you went. We can neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your aether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? Well. Oh, really? Oh, damn. Oh, that would have been rough. Like, somewhere down the line, she leaned more into her primal aspect. I guess like, sort of one-sided thinking of primals. You mean to say Hydaelyn is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Hydaelyn's will without delay. Though I guess the entirety of Hydaelyn is the entirety of Vina, so I guess there's no real, like, variance. Like, it's just all her. We'll find Meteon if that's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this, would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means of travel to the Great Expanse, the Moon and Charlane's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them, there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do within all my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Hydaelyn is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. True. You could chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day. Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? Yeah, and even overshooting, huh? I figured we'd be a lot more involved with the Fire and Brimstone at the final days. We only did 2 zones? Well, that's fine. Ah, I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep. If you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. If it's sleep... Yeah. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and use these. I was gonna hold on to him, but I don't really care. I want raw power now! Shoo! Damn. There we go. There we go. That's Amarant.
There you are. Some time, indeed. Yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Ooh. There we go. Tataru there too. A great many of the helping hands that delivered the adamantite are still here in Charlayan, and I for one couldn't be happier. Between the aether burner and the refurbished supplies to be transported and meals to be prepared, we need all the assistance we can get. Even Lord Eminelian has been doing his part, albeit at a snail's pace. Still, it's the thought that counts, but a bit more effort wouldn't go amiss. Alright, back to this. Angered, I trust you've had a good rest? An envoy of Master Fortuno's arrived not long ago with a message. The Laportes have determined Metion's location. You recognize that voice? No. I assume... No. I was thinking maybe it could be a Zim's, but... It's actually, but I don't. I feel like it's a Zims because of the enchanted soul crystal, but that would imply there'd be a female voice actor too, which would be neat. It doesn't sound like Emmett. Hythlodaeus, maybe. I don't know. An envoy of Master Fortune has arrived not long ago with a message. The reports have determined Meteon's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there, along with others. Could be Hermes. Yeah, what'd they say? Oh, it's gone forever. Oh well. It'll be fine. If you would know the reason for this assembly, you had better ask Master Levier. Alphina. Before coming, I thought to inquire after our comrades abroad. It seems that the effects of the final days have been observed further and further north of Garlemald. For a blessing, those regions are largely inhabited, but in any event, we mustn't misinterpret this as a geographical spread. There's no telling where in the world the phenomenon will strike next, unfortunately. Gods, I could hardly believe the Laportes managed to find Meteon out there, hidden among the stars. The sheer distances involved are mind-boggling. I fear our recent travails within Labyrinthos and the Ethereal Sea have taken their toll on my mind. For last night I received a visitor in my dreams. Moonbrida. Damn. A vision not of the woman she was, nay, but the woman she would have become. Not feeling any ill effects from the Atioscope, are you? After playing test subject for those new Aetherites, even the mention of Aether sickness makes me feel a little queasy. Hydaelyn, the heart of the star, gone. And yet on the morrow the sun will rise and life will go on. When I look upon Charlayan and its idyllic surrounds, there are moments when her absence feels unreal, as do the final days. Would that it were so. Goddamn, yeah, this is it. Almost done. How do you sleep? Well, I should hope. It's likely the last opportunity we'll have to take a proper rest for quite some time. I probably could have done with a few more winks myself. The thought of what's come just keep me awake, you see. So I thought I'd do a bit of research, hoping I might eventually feel weary enough to doze off. But before I realized it was already morning. No need to scold me. I already regret it, and will probably only feel that regret more keenly as days wears on. I can sleep on the way. Since the final days first manifested, we've been tested as never before. Even more so in your case. Nevertheless, our work is far from over. We cannot afford to falter now, not when the end is in sight. Let's do it. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Laportes have deduced the whereabouts of Meteon by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. Damn. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad of other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the mother crystal may not possess aether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination back. Wow. However, if we integrate our hyper hopper into your aether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Laporte's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. Oh shit. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed he possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on Magna Glaucus. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of Adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support to you and your mission. Are the Laportes too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, and otherwise a vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Mithion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here, Urianger, and now we're enamored with the place. So what choice do we have but save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you, the Scions, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? What kind of fucking question is that? Fucking try to stop me. Very well, we shall inform the Forum of your decision, and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the, Hyper Hopper. The Laportes will coordinate with the Ilzabard contingent and have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. 'Twould seem there's naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? There's much to be done before the Ark can be made ready for your voyage. With that, I could be afforded time to speak with Alphen and Alize. Alas, I can but pray they find a moment of quiet calm before the journey to come. Oh yeah, let's do the role quests. Damn. No need to worry about lending a hand to the High Proper. We already had more than enough help, so go and relax while you still can. Honestly, Gridania in general is the most boring to me. I don't like that place. Trees and nature. I don't know. I didn't get dealt a good hand. Oh wait, what am I doing? Let's try over here. Angert, the Elder Seats here has grown strong enough to receive visitors. Come, we must go to Stillglade Fane at once. Oh, there's the Gunbreaker outfit. There's another one. About Tree Biddy. Here we go. Elder Seats here. It fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. I am gladdened by your presence as well, my friend. Unless you wonder, know that the conjurers found no trace of the poison in my humors. Humors? If you are ready, I will resume our search for Gleipnir. They may be up to the task, but you're not. It is one thing to engage in conversation, quite another to go gallivanting about the 12th Wood, hunting up blasphemy. I'm aware you are a conjurer of surpassing skill, and would not presume to gainsay your judgment, but have my wounds not healed? Those visible to the naked eye, perhaps, but I worry that the strain on your communion with the Great One has taken a toll on you, in ways we may struggle to perceive. The Great One is a being of purest aether, and you are exposed to its unbridled despair, its raw terror. There may be consequences. I am aware of that, but Gleipnir must be stopped. Until the blasphemy is laid low, people will continue to die. How am I to carry out my duties cloistered here? How am I to deliver the forest and its people from this despair? 'Tis your duties that demand you remain. I understand your frustration, but if you were to fall in battle, if your guiding light you bear were to fade, then all Gridania would be lost. Rest, Connie. Rest and gather your strength so that when the time comes, you are fit to do what must be done. In the meantime, trust in your allies. You're right. That said, I see no reason I cannot join in planning our next step. As you said before, conversation is quite unlike gallivanting about a hunt. Our encounter with Gleipnir has made it plain that we cannot hope to triumph over it as we are. Only with the Great One's power can we achieve victory. When the 7th Umbral Calamity was nigh, the Great One committed a portion of its boundless strength to extend a barrier over heaven and earth. The Irmin Hedge, thus was 12 Wood spared the worst. If we could convince it again to lend us even a small measure of that power, we would not need fear the poison. Therefore, I believe we should pour our efforts into placating the elementals that we might earn their favor. I don't know what the quieting is. Now we must show we're not the enemy. We're the good guys. Indeed, we must find a way to assure the Great One of our good intentions, to remind it that we labored not for its destruction, but its salvation. I think, too, that we must gain a greater understanding of what drives Gleipnir. It seems to bear resentment towards the elementals, and the Great One in particular. Why? I pondered this question myself. Lingering memories of the person Gleipnir once was may be responsible. Reports from Radatan suggest this is likely the case, in fact. If we could but ascertain the original identity of the blasphemy, but where we even begin our investigation? I know who it is. You were granted a vision of Gleipnir's past, and I was there? Then I may know who he was. is, or was, as do I, the boy who trained alongside Connie in her youth. Sura Supin, after all these years, this is what became of him? Ah, you mentioned him briefly before. Were you close? Iasura was Pajali like me, but he had never known his parents and devoted himself wholly to his studies. He embraced the role the Force had bestowed upon him, and truth be told, was a much better student than I ever was. A fair assessment. Despite your esteemed heritage, you never took to my lessons as well as he, ever dreaming of the outside world. Stealing off into the woods more times than I can count. I cannot keep watch over you at all hours, not even if I tried. The Elder Seedseer, a rebellious spirit? I can scarce imagine it. I resented being a Pajal. It was inconceivable to me that I could not live among the others, and I did not scruple to express my misgivings to Isimiyan at every opportunity. Iasira was a pillar of constant support. It was thanks to his encouragement that I at last embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. We would become Seedseers together, I believed, until one fateful day when we were gathering herbs at the forest at Isumiyan's behest. We met a wanderer hailing from a distant land who told us his beloved was with child, and that he had traveled to Grenania to beseech the Great One for painless birth. He asked us to guide him to the guardian tree. However, entry to such sacred places were not ours to permit, and there was something odd about his demeanor besides. With regret, I refused him, but Iasura was loath to turn away a goodly stranger in need. He agreed to guide the man, despite my protestations. I ran to Isumiyan as fast as I could, and together we made haste to the guardian tree. Oh. We found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage. And next to him was Iasura, alive, but unconscious. In time, he recovered and related the whole story. In truth, the man had been an adventurer, a seeker of wealth and glory, and as he knelt to make false supplications, he lunged forward to tear a branch from the guardian tree. He was yet a child, and Iasura had no inkling of the darkness that could dwell within man's hearts. He learned the lesson that day, but the price he paid for it was great indeed. The Great One stripped Iasura of his horns, and with them the right to call himself a Pajal. I was forced to expel him from the fane. Damn. I never saw him again, nor heard a word of what became of him, though not for lack of trying. Despite his hardships, did he remain in the Twelveswood all this time, I wonder? He dreamt of naught else but becoming Seedseer, of a life in service to people in the forest. He knew the weight of the responsibility and was eager to bear it. But he was deprived of that purpose by the very elementals he loved, and yet he did not lose that will to serve, I suspect, and instead resolved to watch over the Twelveswood in his own way. I shudder to think what could have hastened his transformation to Gleipnir, as if his life was not harsh enough. In our final conversation, Iasura confided to me that he would search for a means to calm the Great One's rage and earn absolution. To that end, he said that he would seek the counsel of the Mughals. They have called the Twelveswood home for far longer than we have, and so none are more like to have knowledge of its most hidden workings. That comes as no surprise. He would not give up so easily on his dreams. Even if the Mughals know not of Iasura, they may be able to help us in other ways. Would you travel to the bramble patch in my stead, Angered? I have faith they would accept you with their characteristic aplomb. Bye. Yeah, that Hydaelyn fight was the first time I've shirked somebody. I ate 3 stacks of vulnerability. I'm like, nah, I ain't doing this shit. Fucking turn off taunt and shirked. Huh. Huh? Quite a peculiar face you have, Capo. Familiar, too. You won't be the self-same warrior who gave the legendary Mughals guard what for, would you? Angered, was it? Yeah, you got it. Ha! It's an honor to meet you. Allow me to thank you personally for bringing that silliness to an end. Pukwa Pika is the name. What brings you to our deck of the 12's Wood? Why, what a pleasant coincidence. We were just discussing how we ought to go about calming the elementals, Capo. And that blasphemy with the dreadful horns has got them on edge, and for good reason. I've had to ask my personal guard here to sleep with one eye open. In case you haven't noticed, the beast corruption has been spreading all throughout the woods. Needless to say, we've all got to stand up and put the 12's Wood to rights. And Rayo suggested that the Mughals contribute by scouring the forest for even the smallest signs of taint. Gotta cleanse it before it gets out of hand, you know? Difficult and time-consuming work, but if it's in service of the forest, then we'll do it gladly, Capo. Hey, I know you. You're the adventurer who gave me some of my finest scars. Coop de Coop of the Mughals Guard. No hard feelings about the whole Hail to the King, Capo. Bit, I hope. Not gonna call for a rematch either. In case you're worried about that, Rayo and the others cured us of our tempering, and afterward sat us down for a stern lecture. No more calling upon good King Mogobog the 12th for us. May he ever remain unsummoned in his royal grace and splendor. Indeed. And what better way to make up for past indiscretions than to serve the realm? Even now, our kin scour every elm of the 12's Wood, and would be remiss not to do our part. We hope to be overjoyed to have a hero such as you helping us as well, if you're willing. Something tells me you have a sharp eye for the taint we seek to cleanse. Can we count on you, Capo? Your reputation for magnanimity is well deserved. Let's begin by moving to higher ground, that we may survey the area and locate any particularly nasty spots of blight. Hey. Oh, you're able to make your way up here after all. I was worried you'd be stuck. Apologies for leaving you behind, but it's so easy to forget that your kind lacks wings, Capo. This is the first time they're fucking making you talk to somebody in the air. Wow. Now then, where is it? There, to the south. Let us cleanse that festering taint at once. Is that Sprout? I'll take care of it. Hell yeah. Awesome, fine work, Capo. I dare say it's in even better shape than it was before. The others are doubtless flittering about, stamping out corruption wheresoever it rears its hideous head. If I were the Great One, I would be applauding our efforts. Well, insofar as being without hands can clap, I suppose. got tiny little hands. What are you talking about? How goes the tank cleansing, coop de coop? I did what I could, but I swear, as soon as I finish with one area, 2 more start manifesting a fresh taint. The forest's ability to heal itself is waning, and this sickness is spreading too fast even for a legion of Moogles to manage if we don't come up with a better solution soon. The situation is more grave than we imagined, Capo. What are we gonna do? We should maintain our efforts to purify the forest regardless, but since there are only so many of us, we must also help the forest to remember how to help itself. A brilliant idea, I think. How do we go about doing that? Well, I was just getting that part, Capo. Dance. I've got it. We performed the Friending. The Friending? One name of good King Omog the 12th, may he shower us with love and passion and Koopa nuts, is that? Truth be told, I couldn't remember their ancient rites name, so I just made something up on the spot, Capo. But let's forget about that for now and move on to stuff I do remember. It's an old ceremony, first performed when the nation of Gridania was but a spark of an idea, of a random thought in its founders' heads. They knew that if they were to establish a home within Twelveswood, that they would first have to entreat the elements for permission. So, a mage in their company found and cleansed a few sources of foul ether, planting saplings in place, and consecrated the soil with a prayer to show the forest the purity of their intentions. The elementals were so taken with this display that not only did they permit his people to settle within the forest, they also bestowed upon him their blessing as proof of their new covenant, Capo. I remember now. The Gridanians still honor their agreement to this day. For every tree that is cut down, a sapling is planted. So, if we follow history's example, we can soothe the forest's pain and also nourish it with new life. That's right, Capo. Oh, but I wasn't finished with the story. Remember the mage who planted those sacred saplings? He was none other than Jorn, the sire of Ihokpota, the very first Pajal. From that day forward, the elementals would bless a select few hearers with horns, favoring them with their fellowship. The Pajal were exalted by all the peoples of the Twelveswood. Even we Moogles look upon them with awe, and that's how it all began. Something wrong, Capo? You have a strange look on your face. What deer is a Pajal? Well, the former one. How dreadful, Capo. But what exactly are you saying? So the man you think may have become Gluttnir was a Pajal stripped of his blessing, and the blasphemy kills with a poison that manifests symptoms that resembles those of the creeping death. I feel sorry for this Iasura. To love the elementals only be shunned by them, to be surrounded by the beauty of the Twelveswood, and know that he was forever an outsider, all for a child's mistake. That despair could easily have caused him to turn, and this poison that preys upon those who bear the Twelveswood blessings, the hearers, just like the creeping death once did, might be another manifestation of that despair. I didn't know it only affected yours. That would explain the elementals' unease, Capo. We must redouble our efforts to plant saplings or they might never speak to us again. Indeed. Well, first things first, we must gather as many saplings as we can, and gonna wait for us at the Adder's Nest and make ready for a long and back-breaking day. I made a mistake. What? Oh, finish the current one, then roll? Okay. Oh, really? We have to... So the finale, we have to do this last class. Not quite there yet. Isn't that a requirement? Oh. Just do it, you'll see. Alright, hang on. They bid us rest, but I'd much rather find something productive to do. I suppose now is a good time as any to hone my lance. Not that I've ever found it to be dull. Still, it eases my mind on the eve of battle. The Forum hath placed the fate of mankind in our hands. We must not betray their faith. Perhaps now I can finish that book I was reading. What? Oh, pay me no mind. I'm sure you have better things to do with the time afforded us. Go to sleep. A rare opportunity to rest, so we make the most of it. I should very much like to speak with the Laportes once their work is complete. 'Tis plain Heidelin had entrusted them with a great deal of knowledge, and I suspect there's more they could teach us. I wasn't expecting to have time on our hands. What should we do? In all honesty, I don't think the Forum would approve of this measure, and certainly not by such a large margin. I dare say, though, that Master Fortuno's impression recounting your audience with Heidelin helped sway the vote. He has a way with words, after all. Where do you think Alfno got it from? Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Heidelin deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Metion as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We'll be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it'll affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, isn't it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Angered, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldessian Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. Cheating way. I just want to see what they have. This can be roulette, Volnay's death swap play. That's not too bad. Double roulettes are the fucking worst. Actually, chaos. Chaos with roulette is a nightmare. Tataru. Welcome, Anger, to Taru's boutique. Wow. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one can ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlayan. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Perish that thought. Varsarut, how are things coming along? Everything's in order, Mistress Tataru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here. To be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? Alright. Ah, I did not expect to find you here. Who that? Oh! I imagine Nidana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon skills to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Aether Burner. This simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlayan, while I oversee matters in Radatan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Yeah, wow, how about that? Varshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose, and a means to which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Adatan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt have a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the forum's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called the star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Yeah, wow. You journey unto the heavens to protect that light. May the skills of my kin serve you well. I didn't even consider that. Shit. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to the star. I wore your faith in me made me misplaced. Yeah, I would like to visit Radatan when, again, this is all over. Yeah, we should be honored to receive you. There's still much of Radatan you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Very well, I remember. The people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Just fucking straight up say, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I have what it takes. I'm gonna fuck it up, man. What must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Who that? Let me go instead, please. Oh! Eminelian. I think I remember his name. Yeah, angered old boy. My, whatever are you doing here? I've fucking been here. What do you mean? Why is everybody surprised that I'm here? I've been here! A new boutique, you say? I'd been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yeah, something with a little more flair, perhaps, befitting a man of my station. Though I've nowhere to flaunt said Raymond so long as my confinement continues indefinitely, I, the young Lord Fortin, insist that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must bide here in Charlane. Thus do I toil, though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sickard to see supplies transported into it in a timely fashion. Yet, he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffered instead for this otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work. And without Honoroy here, there's no one to prepare my meals. I came here in hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, Charlayan delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. No, he's earned it. If a hearty meal is what you have, fucking go to Last Stand. They've got some good shit. A cafe over the pier. Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for the cooking, then perhaps I'll give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old boy. That dude alright. He's been fucking slouched over, fucking hyperventilating. Well, is that Anger Tataru I spy? Who that? Hancock? What are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after you dropped off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the Northern Sea? Worry not, I will return straightways to Kugane once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front line to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed. I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe them so devoutly, then why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru. Fair enough. There is naught more I could do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage. But on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bokairu Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldern Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Yeah, pass. A pity. I'm rather fond of the place myself. Nevertheless, I have no doubt we will find another time and cause for celebration soon enough. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. Damn, we getting the fucking whole circus, huh? Oh, Ingrid, decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Who could this be? Oh. Biggs and Wedge. Tataru! Biggs, Wedge. I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Chartlayan and Radatan has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Laportes. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before he came to Charlayan. Alpha! I think he sensed the coming of danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in a time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Charlayan. Good thing, too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. The farthest known reaches of, well, everything. Yeah, fucking where do we go from here? I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I've missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Ha! There was that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Angered. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing. For a brighter future. And more adventure. Damn straight. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right. I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Vasarud from Palakistan. Yeah, she looks... Wait. She was the one that was afraid of the elephant people, wasn't she? Ah, yes. It was you who helped us at Perusa and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? Never mind. I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it's kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mr. Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. At such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnair, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. God, think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's Ruby Bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promise to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. Now if I can pick your clothes from far south Relief, they were expertly tailored just for you. In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. Okay, after completing the job role quest, you can re-dye this stuff. Okay. Whoa. Anyway. Here, let me put these away. Ooh, new materia. Let me go ahead and sell these. Yeah, before I forget. Yeah, sure. Oh. Who the fuck stands on a bell? Please. I realize you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you waiting any longer. I do hope you can find the moment to sit for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they were returning to Baldessian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I'd suggest speaking with Kral first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans. Oh, Super Gear. Okay. I thought these were supposed to level 90. Oh. Welcome back, Ingrid. The Mughals have any insight into the problems? A reenact for the ceremony which laid the foundation in Gridania? A fitting plan, given the gravity of the threat our nation now faces. As ever, there's much work to be done before we can even begin. While the Mughals gather saplings, we shall continue to scour the Trails Wood for new beasts that must be purged. Let us pray that the Elder Seedseer regains her strength quickly as well. For now, take a rest, my friend. 'Tis a rare indulgence these days, and one you've earned 1,000 times over. Yeah, I've been told. Gleipnir has not been seen since our last encounter. This brief respite may be our best chance to quell the Great One's terror. Make way for the saplings, Hippo. We've had plenty of practice cultivating our gardens, so selecting the most robust ones was a simple matter. That was the hardest work, so you could help us with the easy part. If you see a spot of corruption, cleanse the taint and plant the sapling in its place, Capo. Do it enough times, and the Great One is sure to understand that we're doing all we can to heal the forest. Which ought to brighten its mood. We'll see to the East Shroud. You should have no trouble taking care of the rest, Capo. Your efforts are much appreciated. We'll begin without further delay. I trust you will not object my company. I dare say healing the forest is one task which I am more qualified than most. Elashit's are you well enough to lead the city? I should like to think I've been for some time. In any event, Izumi has finally grown tired of my objections and ceased his attempts to detain me any further. Allow me to be the one to consecrate these saplings. It will be an honor to offer wards of thanks to the forest for its bounty. Please do, Capo. A prayer from the Elder Seedseer herself. The summoner effects. I've only seen the primals pop in. I haven't seen actual explodies. A prayer from the Elder Seedseer herself would surely hasten the growth from tiny sapling to towering tree. Such is my hope. As Yorn did before me, I shall approach the Great One in friendship, that it might see through the veil of fear that blinds it and remember our covenant. Let us begin by cleansing all traces of corruption in the central shroud. To green tier, I sense that the depends, since that flow of aether has become warped there. Impressive, Capo. Not even my keen eyes could spot corruption from such a distance. It is but one of many talents I owe to the elements. Well then, shall we be on our way? I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the end of this. Just the roll quest. I've got one more after this, but Man. Really testing me. More 12-minute naps? I may just go straight to sleep. I'm gonna need a few hours. No, I guess it'll have to be late at night. The queues aren't awful at night. I know. I want to see the last zone, but we'll get there eventually when I'm well rested. In gratitude for your boundless blessings, do I offer this gift. May it nourish you as you nourish us. At last, the earth is cleansed. There's a settlement not far from here. We should tell them of this sapling, bid them watch over, and keep it safe from harm. Of course, Elder Sheetsier, I shall relay your words forthwith. It will give the people hope to know they can aid in the restoration of the Twelveswood. Thank you, and now we must go. To Salad Harbor. There's something foul impedes the flow of aether. Let us hurry. Hell, I may bounce at the end of this one. Fuck, dude. Really testing my fortitude. My constitution. Hold on, gotta finish my combo. Okay. That's all. The injury has begun to heal, and our next destination lies to the north. Near Hurstmill, I believe. 'Tis faint, for we are far from the source. Nevertheless, I am certain it is there. Come. Your pizza key is now 10k. Tis fortunate that the corruption here is faint. A simple prayer should suffice to cleanse this soil, after which we may plant the sapling. Fast delivery, fast login. David Miller's dealer to Amnesia Spot. Pieces encountered 2002 error. I sense no other disruptions in the etheric flow, which leads me to believe that the Mughals have already seen to the remainder. Indeed, the 12 wood sighs with a contentment I have not felt in a long while. Sorry you can't play. Here's an expensive shit emote smile. But will it serve to placate the Great One? I cannot say. Not until we visit the Guardian Tree. I can't wait. Excuse me, but you're the Elder Seed Seer, aren't you? What brings you all the way to our village? Corruption that had upset the balance of Aether, but that we have since cleansed the prayer of the sapling, thus the 12 would reclaim a measure of peace. You've been planting trees. We have. The elementals have suffered much of late, and with these offerings we endeavored to raise their spirits. Elder Seed Seer, I've got to protest. What of your people's spirits, who are dread with every step we take outdoors? That terrible monster is out there, preying upon innocent folk without rhyme or reason. And if it doesn't strike us dead where we stand, its poison will finish job. I know you're afraid that you and yours suffer still. However, 'tis under the auspices of the elements that we may call the 12 Woods home, and they too cry out for deliverance. Even the Great One quakes with fear for the blasphemy's continued existence. That's not going to help things. To ignore their plight is to invite greater tragedy to us all. Rest assured, however, that I have not forgotten the needs of the people. We bring comfort to the elementals and renew our sacred ties that we might enlist the aid of the Great One in combating the Gleipnir and the suffocating despair it spreads. And so I pray you continue to put your faith in the Guardians and in me. Well, that we could, Elder Seedseer, but we've been dealing with death and sickness since before the Gleipnir's coming. They say the creeping death's nothing to fear these days, but we know better. One of ours caught it not long ago. We gave her the cure, had plenty on our hand, and for a while we thought it would be alright. But by the time we realized it hadn't done a damn thing, it was too late to call for a conjurer. It was a sad day for all of us when she passed, but for none more so than her poor husband, Supin. He was beside himself with grief, and who could blame him? And then came Gleipnir to compound our woes. Supin? Cannot be. Do you speak of Iasur Supin? Iasur? No. Supin was an odd one, but no one mistake him for Podjol. Supin wasn't even his real name. That'd be Alangia, but his wife was fond of calling him Supin for some reason, and it caught on with the rest of us. So, he changed his name. I see. So what did Alangia look like? Well, I'd say he'd seen no more than 30 summers. Kept himself. Came and went with nary a word at times. Though after he met his beloved, he became more of a fixture. Friendly, even. His wife was a sickly lass. But she had spirit. But spirit's not enough to beat the creeping death. Pity we couldn't do anything for her. Damn, yeah. He had finally made a new life for himself here. Thank you for recounting Alangia's story. Sad though it was, it has helped me to better understand how much you have all suffered. Forget Grubhub, where's that Mackay gear at? I promise that you will have cause to celebrate soon. Until then, I implore you to again, go place your faith in elementals, and in me. Together, we shall overcome the crisis. Despite what he said, I am certain Elingia was Supin. To think that he was living so close by for all those years, searching for a new purpose and finding true love, only to be robbed of that fulfillment too. Were he still in Punjal, empowered by the elementals, he could have saved her. Could he have saved her? He wouldn't dwell in question. Nights after sleepless nights, I know I would have. Mayhap in the end, he came to blame the elementals for his helplessness, for her death, and in despair was consumed. Aye, the animosity would linger, endure, and in vengeance would Glepnir find its final purpose. We have done all we can to show the Great One the purity of our intent. Let us hope that we will be accepted as friends. Uh-huh. Alright. It's time for me to... Oh, it's not done yet. God damn it. Okay. Same fade forever, dude. And this quest line is testing me. Our supplications cannot have escaped the Great One's notice. May it be enough to receive an audience. Let's do maps. Ugh. We'll do maps. I want to see what the new area is, but later. Later. Oh, Great One, may I abide ever beneath your bows, embraced by your compassion, grace, and wisdom, but still the fear within your heart, know that I am your faithful servant. Well. All feeling. Passing corruption, refresh, renewed green, flesh restored. Child of child, covenant honored, friend, friendship, peace. If worked, the Great One speaks through Elder Seedseer. We were right to follow Jorn's example. We beseech your help to slay Glepnir, please. Help. Profanity spawn, despair's orphan, sadness and anger, sadness, death's prayer, one and all. Poison potent, wounds unmending, withering bark, no strength to share. After all we've done, you deny us. After all the Elder Seedseers endured, she has pledged herself to you, devoted her life to the 12's wood. The people cried out for salvation, and she answered. The elements cried out for deliverance, and she answered. Only you could help us now. If you do not, then we are lost. She's lost. Please, I beg you. We beg you. Oh. Oh boy. What are you doing here? We've been dependent on the seats here all our lives, blaming them for whenever something goes wrong, without ever considering what we might do ourselves. Aye, but no longer. The Elder Seatsier has gone to incredible lengths for her people, and so our people have come to return the favor. If her plea alone is not convincing enough, then we will raise our voices in support. We couldn't let them make the journey without protection. That and we couldn't let them put us to shame. We too have come to stand with the Elder Seatsiers and beseech the Great One for aid. We all want the same thing, don't we? Peace restored to the forest. So please, share what you can, however little. Do not forsake us. Do not forsake her. Connie, Covenant's child, walks with man, with elemental, keeper of ancient faith, unbroken, cannot, will not break faith, to man render up flesh. Then you agree to help us? Flesh, branches, take and join to oldest elders, renew bond as one stir. Raise up to heavens, covenant symbol, our staff. All join, all bloom, all peace. My duty weighed heavy upon my heart, so heavy that at times I scarce remember to breathe. For days and nights I worried that I would be found wanting. But by your faith and trust has the path forward been revealed to us. You came hither, united in purpose, and bared your hearts before the Great One. I? Nay. Gridania is forever in your debt. May I rely on you all once more? I bid you take these branches to every corner of Twellswood and join them to the eldest trees, that we might finally win free this despair. It shall be done, Elder Seatsier. We swear it. Once the tree's been bound together in spirit, I shall carry out the Great One's final instruction and cast its cleansing power all across the Twellswood. Yet I must remind you, my friends, that Glepnir still stalks the forest. It will not remain idle. It will attempt to stop us. Go with hope in your hearts, but do not lose sight of the danger. I admit, for a moment I thought it would work, but the Elder Seatsier moved not only the hearts of the people, but that of the forest itself. Her final task appears to be a bit more complicated than the Great One made it sound, so she must scour the ancient text before the time comes, and consult with the Seatsier Council and make sure all goes according to plan. It's just as well. We still need to wait until the others have joined the Great One's branches to the many ancient trees scattered throughout the Twellswood. Then, of course, there is the matter of Glepnir. He will not go peacefully as we work to hasten his demise. When he comes, he must be ready. We must be ready. Rather, he'll be ready, because he'll be, yeah. This is just a forever pain. Oh, Lab Brothers is stuck with the same song? Oh shit. God damn. I wonder if it'll go away once we progress the MSQ. I don't know. Or if it's just a pain we have to live with for the rest of our lives. It's the new Lahi, but more pain. Alright. I'm taking a nap. Though maybe like... I'll wake up, try to Q, see what happens. I'm in no shape to do MSQ. So good night, Jan. Good night, Commander Root. Good night, Cooler. Hater 23. Good night, Arabs. Good night, Is Nice Good night, Cax 06. Good night, Painfullest. Good night, Sega Dream. Good night, Shooting Star Terracon. Good night, Jan Mexicanito. Good night, Yeldar Scout. I'll be back.